Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, X, Instagram, all the rest, TikTok. Let's get into it. All right, let's see what we got. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get finished reading that, go to the website down below, lightspytrading.com. Good morning, Leah. All right, let's get into it. Let's see what we got. So I think we had some economic reports today. I think one of them was negative. The other ones were kind of neutral or as expected. Let's see what we got. So today's Friday. Friday rules apply. Friday rules apply. Fridays, the contracts, the market makers like to burn out the contracts. So last couple weeks, Fridays have been kind of sideways, movement at the end of the day or something like that. Now look, yesterday, this was the definition of chop, all right? This was the definition of chop. If you stuck around to the end of the day, we had our good win. We had our good win until the end of the day. But if yesterday you got chopped up, that was the day to get chopped up. That was the day to get chopped up because even if you were to place your stop above the last high, it was just reaching right above that last high, stopping people out, and then continuing down. Let's see what we got here. All right, above the water on the 5. About to get above the water on the 30. Above the water on the 1. Let's check on VWAP real quick. Where's VWAP? All right, we got VWAP around 68.81. We really got to get out of this range from 67.71. I know it's a large range, but 70.32 has some resistance. Let's see what they want to do here. Yeah, 70.32 has some resistance, right? See if we can make it support and then target 71.31. All right, let's see where they want to pull liquidity from. This 70.32 seems to be a lot of liquidity sitting on 70.32. So we got 1 attempt, 2 attempts. We still see this. Yeah, we want to get underneath this lick box here. We want to look for something like this. Let's see if this magenta gets us to 67.98. We know 70.32 is major resistance. One, two, let's see if they do a third attempt on it. Remember, we want to see if they form support at 70.32. We want to look for something like this. The fourth attempt at 70.32. All right, we're gonna hold on to this purple. All right, we broke 70.32. We need to form support here. So we gotta allow some of this to happen, allow some of this to happen. We're gonna see if they're gonna form support. If not, they're just building liquidity inside of this magenta for maybe a pullback. So we need to see if they form support. But we already know there's a lot of liquidity right here. So we need to retest it to see if there, all these got stopped out before the continuation. So the retest is important. If it goes up from here and just shoots up to the 5, my bad. Hopefully they give us a more definitive retest than this right here, the break and retest. Hopefully it's a little more definitive than that. We got the 5 at us right up here at yellow. 73.94.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, if there's going to be any downside, we want to look for probably around here. So if we do break this magenta, expect a little dance underneath, something like this. If you did take this break and retest, you're welcome. Yeah, I want to see if 7250 is going to be possibly if they form this head right here. So, but you know, the 5 is major liquidity, so we're going to look for round numbers, right? Each round number all the way up. So because I don't know, you know, where the head's gonna form, we got to give the, you know, we're giving this scenario for what the down would look like. All right, we're still high above the water. We're high above the water. We're gonna see what they want to do on the, you know, at the end of my path here. We're gonna see what they want to do right here. So a pullback from here, let's say probably like that. If we get below this, then we're in no man's land. We gotta wait a little bit. We're gonna wait till this happens. I'm gonna clean the chart up just a bit. I think this path ran its day trading or the quick day trade path course. Let's see what else we got. All right, let's see what they do at this level right here. Okay. And then we got to see what they do right here, back on this magenta here. Look, we want to look to see if they make like this. Or if they get back down to the magenta, then we need to look for this. So in between here, there's probably nothing to do. All right, we're gonna see if we can build in green and break this purple. A break and retest of this lick box would be ideal, so we don't get stopped on the high a day rejection. So your ideal setup would be like this. Okay. They're retesting this level down here. So I was saying the ideal is going to have to look like this. Above this liquidity box. Remember, you gotta wait for all of this to happen. Because they could just be, watch. We gotta watch out to see if they're doing this. So that's why it's important to make sure all of this happens. Because they might bull flag here. We're going to use this magenta instead. So there's nothing to do in here, right? This is the liquidity zone. So we need to figure out if they're going to flag or if they're forming this head and shoulder. So you gotta wait for all this if you're looking for puts. If you're looking for calls, it's gotta look something like this. So for calls, we want to build in the green and break this magenta right here. For puts, we want to build in blue and break this, what is this? This teal. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. We already know this is no man's land, nothing to do in here, right? Here, look, if you're looking for calls, let's do this. It needs to do this. So in between here, nothing really to do. Now just let it play out, stress-free. If you're looking for any type of quote-unquote safety, you need your best bet is going to wait for a break and retest underneath 68.9 underneath this lick box right here. If you're in the Discord and you took the break of this teal, you need to start chasing this. You need to adjust your stop, protect your trade. Right? So the teal, protect the trade. This is a winner. It's a good win right there. We need to be using the 5-minute chart. Well, you don't need to, I mean, but I recommend it. Now, I don't know if this is going to be here. I would prefer that it forms a teal at least, maybe even test this, but I don't know if this is going to be here. So I'm going to erase this. I'll just give you an example. The entry's on the break a teal right here. This is the entry. The entry's on the break a teal right here. Now we're going to see what they want to do. Now we're going to see what they want to do. I'm going to clean up the chart. Let's look at a higher time frame. This 30 has room for the upside still. So safety quote unquote puts look underneath. What is this? Underneath this lick box. Because we need to see if they're just grabbing liquidity from, what is this? From this, whatever this, I can't, 7032. Yeah, so we want to see if they form this here. I think we're maybe technically still above the water. All right, we got to figure out what they're going to do. I have to take this one away. It hasn't formed yet, right? We need to allow it to form. It's just me being presumptive. So ideally we like to form a blue, and then we need to form a blue and then form this, right? So here, look, it needs to be like this. We need to travel up this blue for a little bit and then break a teal. A little bit more travel than that would have been nice, but it's what we got. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of the lick box here. On the 5-minute chart, we're still in purple, okay? We got about 22 seconds on the candle. All right, we hit the target. We're gonna go ahead and call this one a win. Or, you know, you could have took the shoulder up here as well. So the shoulder or the magenta, whichever one. If you're waiting for your safety, if you're waiting for some type of quote unquote safety, it needs to look like this. Watch. I'm going to clear this one out. This one's done. This is done now. It needs to look like this. If you're still in it because we're in purple, then you're still in it because we're in purple. The entry for the Discord was on the break of our teal, right? Break of the teal was here. Now look, we're still in purple, right? So in the Discord, the entry was on the break of teal. We're still in purple. So if you're key level taker, you took at key level, but if you're the trend line breaker, then we're still in purple. You're still in the trade. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. It's almost too easy. It's almost too easy. Look, we're not gonna get a cleaner break. Oh, excuse me. A break, a retest, and a reject. They even gave you a nice wick to tell you what was gonna happen. It's not gonna get any cleaner. Now look, we're getting towards the end of my line here, so expect a little bit of hectic, right? If it continues past, if we make resistance of 67.98, great. Otherwise, you need to be protecting your trade, moving your stop level by level by level. Okay? It's not going to get any cleaner than what we just went through, right? We can't say that I didn't give the precise shoulder. This is precision. You're not going to get any better than this. Is just, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. If you're allowing the retracement to get you, then now you know that's not a problem, right? We don't have to worry about the entries. All the issue is our exits, and I understand, because sometimes you'll see the candle go like this and expect it to just go because you're like, I got some money, I don't want to give that up, and then it keeps going, and then you get upset, right? I've been there, I've done that, I get it. That's why I recommend, I'm not telling you what to do, I recommend we go level by level. At least let that next level get a chance to get tested. At least allow for the second bite of the liquidity. You know, some here may have been like, all right, here's the break and retest. I can see that. Over here as well, I could see that. You know, but we have ideal situations. There's ideal, and there's, you know, and sometimes you don't always get the ideal. We just got to go based off momentum. We know momentum when I had the shoulder here and they gave you this wick. Especially when they retested it and then they broke our magenta here. But either way, we should be on the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart says enter on the break of teal. And then now, if this is where you need to figure out your life, right? If you entered on teal, this is where you need to figure out your life. Do I want to take profit on if this, because this still got 4 minutes on it. If this breaks purple, do I want to take my profit here? And then I recommend you call it a goddamn day. Or are you gonna hold? Are you gonna hold through the week cycle? This is what you need to figure out. Only you can prevent forest fires. Look, we know where the liquidity is. So if they get above about 69.34, then we're going to look to target the magenta. If we get above 60, somewhere around here, if we get above somewhere around here, then we got to look for magenta. If we break magenta, then I'll draw the path. If you made money today, you really need to think about enjoying your weekend on a high note. You really need to start thinking about that. Okay, let me read some of the comments. For me, it's more over the stop loss stopping me out too fast. Okay, so in order for the stop loss to stop stopping you out, let's say you go in on a put on the break, And then you see this one, right? It comes right back and it stops you out, and then it continues. If you're gonna wait 1, 2, 3, if you're waiting 3 minutes, right? So on the break of this, let's say you got in at the worst possible time and you waited 1, 2, 3 when it hit key level. If you're gonna take key level, then you're gonna take key level. You've already decided that. However, if you're only gonna wait 3 minutes, then you're giving yourself 3 minutes worth of contract value. You have to understand that this is, and I know you're thinking, but it could have went bull flag here. I get it. I know. But okay, so now let's talk about when we get down here, right? We've broken the no man's land. Remember, no man's land was here. We broke no man's land. Now we're in the shoulder. If this one comes back and gets you, it's because you're not following one of the exit strategies. That's the answer. It has to be the answer, because the exit strategies, you know, it's very specific. If you take whatever it is, let's say you're taking the shoulder, you put your stop above the last high, which probably should have been way up here. It would have been an uncomfortable stop, but that's what it should have been. You put your stop above the last high, or you could have used magenta. You could have used magenta, actually. I think magenta would have been fine, because, you know, if we break magenta, we're looking for calls, right? So you can use magenta in this instance, and then you need to at least let the legs close. The legs didn't close until somewhere over here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
You understand what I'm saying? There you go, Jay. Go enjoy that weekend, man. All right, sup. I want to address your comment from 4 minutes ago. What was the candle with the wick? Can you be a little more specific for this comment, because I want to answer it. Now look, if we get above somewhere up here, we need to start looking towards the magenta to be a target. The one that triggered the downtrend. Do you mean this one here? The 946 candle? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, got you. This one right here, or this one right here. Okay, yeah. So this wick is kind. Okay, so look, we have this momentum candle. I think we can agree this is a pretty significant candle. So we have this momentum candle that went right back to the liquidity right here on this key level here, and then we see the dance in here. This wick is telling you that there's pressure pushing it down. This wick is confirmation that there's pressure pushing it down, that the buyers are trying to buy it up, but at the last second they keep pushing it down. The buyers are trying to buy it up, at the last second they keep pushing it down. And then we see how it, you know, none of the bodies were able to close above this level again, 70.32. None of the bodies were able to close above. So during each, you know, this is just a minute candle. Also, if you're looking at the 1 minute chart, hold on, give me a second. All right, look, so we're coming to test this level right here. We're coming to test right around whatever this is. Whatever this is, we're testing this level here. So if we get above this, now we got to look at magenta. And then I got a comment on YouTube. I think it's going to retest 72. It's moved good for the start of, but it's Friday. Yeah, that's likely. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, if we get above whatever this is here, whatever this is right here, if we get above this, then we got to look for magenta. Otherwise, we're just guessing. You know, that may happen. That may happen that we get above, that we go retest to close this cup again, like this. That may happen to close this cup like this and then do this. Very possible, but we'll know. We'll know. We want to look for a magenta, probably over here. Or, you know, maybe we can get a little bit spicy and get over here. Yeah, on Fridays, take your money and leave. Take your money and leave on Fridays. But let me address the Discord really quick. If you're using the 1 minute chart, that means you're already determining you're going to be in and out quick. You already know I'm in and out quick. I'm going to key level. If you're using the 5 minute chart, you can give yourself a little bit more time. You can give yourself a little bit more time because it's less. Look at the 1 minute. Look at the 1 minute in here. Look at the 5 minute at the same time. It's much smoother. Much smoother. That's why I always recommend to you, you know, you guys get, I know we like to use the 1 minute chart because I'm not sure why, but you know, if I haven't proven to you by now that the 5 minute chart is probably our best bet. If you're trying to make, it depends, right? There's different strategies. So I'm not going to poo-poo the 1 minute chart because the 1 minute chart gives us our sniper. The 1 minute chart gives us our sniper entries. So what time is this? 10:04. Yeah, on this candle, there's, you know, you would have had to just say, all right, we're retesting the purple and hope that we don't break purple. So that's why the 1 minute is going to be your sniper entry here. Now let's see what they got, because they're trying to break above this 669.30. Okay, Alexis Contreras uses the 9 EMA. All right, so we broke whatever this level is. Now we're going to look at this magenta here. All right, the magenta got tested. Now we need to see if we're going to break back up inside of this liquidity right here. Okay. Okay. There's going to be a 50-50 right here. It's going to be a 50-50 right here. If we can make 70-32 support, we're going to look for some more upside. So if you took the break of this magenta, you need to be chasing this. For the Discord, you know, we're looking for this one up here. We want this one right here. This is what we want. If you're scalping on the 1 minute, this is where you're at. This magenta here, we're gonna hope to target up here. But this is gonna be a 50-50 here. Discord, we should be using this 5-minute chart. This is the best information. So, Raul, this is the information you need to, when you're journaling. I don't know, a lot of you probably don't journal, or maybe you don't even think about your trades at the end of the day. But you need to start remembering the patterns. You need to start remembering the patterns, right? And I'm not saying it's going to work 100% of the time, but it's our best bet. We just need to be green by the end of the week. Once you start recognizing the patterns, you're gonna see the 1 minute chart is gonna throw you off. It's gonna tell you, it's gonna grab liquidity really quick and then go the other direction. How many times does that happen to everyone? To everyone. It happens to everybody. It happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time, and I say it all the time, right? I wait till I get to my key level and I take profit, and then it keeps going. Fine. But you have to know what type of trader you are, right? So if you're trading on the 1 minute, you know you're in and out. If you're trading on the 5 minute, you gotta allow whatever needs to happen to happen. Here's a 50-50 right here, right? All right, let's see something. Let's see what we got. Man, they may have changed up. They may have changed up the teal. Let's see. Yeah, they changed up the teal. I told you where the 50-50 was. I told you exactly where the 50-50 was. If you took this magenta, you can only target right to here on the 1 minute. On the 5 minute, you know, it needed to get way up here in this magenta right here. So we need to use the 5 minute chart. Again, you know, I'm going to keep saying it. I know I sound like a broken record. I'm very repetitive, but this is what it is. They changed the magenta, so we need to look. We gotta wait for the next one. It's slightly different. And we're back at market open. And we're right back at market open, so they changed this magenta. We have to use, based on volatility, we have to use magenta for our buying channel. And then we're going to look for the break of this purple. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. We're going to use blue on our 5-minute chart. So on the 5-minute chart, we want to see if this is happening. And we'll know if the other is happening because it'll look like this. I gotta redo that. So this area in here, there's actually nothing to do. They're figuring out their life. If you made money today, it's not going to get any easier from here. It's not going to get any easier. It's Friday. They like to go sideways on Friday. When I'm saying sideways, I mean, you know, they may have some volatility, but they like to close where they open, usually on Fridays. So just in case everyone's not clear, we're going to use the build-in teal, and then we want to look for the break of this purple right here. On the 5-minute, it's going to be the break of the blue. Look, we know that underneath this lick box here, there's a lot of activity right here. So let's look to see if they give us a dance right here. All right, we reached key level, so protect your trade if you took break a blue. If you took break a purple, protect your trade protected. Okay. Hit the target. Hit the target. Look at the money. Oh man. I'm gonna go ahead and mark this one out. All right, so Discord, listen. Our call scenario had to be on the break of this magenta, right? Our put scenario was on the break of the blue. So this is how it works. It's very simple system. You just got to know colors. If you're on the 1 minute chart, then it was the break of what is this? Purple. And I'm pretty sure I announced they changed the algorithm. I need to find it. We found it, and Bob's your uncle. Come on, Uncle Bob. Give us what we want. Don't be weird. Come on, Uncle Bob. Okay, there it is. Now you need to start protecting this trade or adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust, be reasonable. You need to protect some capital now. Look at the money. There it is. Look, I even gave you a goddamn bullseye. I gave you a bullseye. Oh man. There's nothing more I can do. All right, look, we're reaching the bottom of, oh boy, let's see what we got. Look at the money we just printed. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. But remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you get finished with that, go to that website. You're going to be fine. We do this every day. You'll be fine. You will be fine. This is too easy. I can't say that, YouTube. I'm sorry, but this is very difficult. This is very difficult, YouTube. All right? That's what I'm saying now. This is extremely difficult and extremely risky, especially when you know everything that's going to happen before it happens. It's almost like we already knew. It's almost like we already knew exactly what needed to happen. But look, if you're trying to trade on the 1 minute chart, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. And also, look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this money. I can't be any more specific. I can't be any more specific. There's nothing more I can do. Look at the money. All right, we had a good Friday. We can enjoy the weekend now. Go ahead and protect this trade, right? I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to follow your exit strategy. That's what I'm saying. Is everyone seeing what's happening? Like yesterday we had yesterday. Fine. Not every day is going to be a trading day. Today's a different day. As long as you don't over leverage yesterday, as long as you didn't keep trying to buy calls when you see green candles and buy puts when you see red candles, because either way, I put a green line and a red line. And I told you, if you're in between this green and red line, good luck. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this money. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Look at it go. I told everybody. Look, we got a lot of liquidity underneath this lick box. They're having a hard time. They changed the algo. It's on the break of purple. I told the Discord it's on the break of blue. I even drew what needed to happen. For calls, it had to be somewhere over here. It had to be. There's no other choice. And if it wasn't, then my bad, right? I don't get it right all the time. Well, let me not say that. I don't get it right. I get it right a lot. We get it right a lot. Because certain things have to happen. It just has to happen. You understand what I'm saying? Whenever those things happen, this is our greatest probability of success. Our greatest probability of success. There you go, Leah. Leah GT in the house. This is a beautiful trade. You can't ask for anything better. We've been 100% on the call outs all morning. All morning. All morning. It doesn't get any better than this. Don't forget I had a beautiful shoulder right here earlier. A beautiful shoulder. Don't forget, I said if we get past whatever this level is here, we're going to look for magenta. If we get to magenta, we can only look for the top of this lick box. This lick box has a bullseye on it to tell you where the 50-50 is going to be. So we had 1, 2, a big red candle. Okay. And then what they do, they did the dance, right? The down, the quick up and down. They did the dance right here. I circled where the dance was going to happen, and then it happened. There's nothing more I can do. I've done my job today, right? If you over leverage yesterday, this is why you don't over leverage. You need to have rules for yourself, okay? For me, when I started, it was $50. If I'm down $50 at any point during the day, I'm done for the day. Therefore, I can mitigate a lot of, because I want to win the war at the end of the week. The day, we're going to have bad days. That's going to happen. That's normal. At the end of the week is what we care about. At the end of the month is what we care about. You're not going to win every single day. But if you allow those days to dictate your robotic trading strategy, which it should be, you should be a robot by now. Well, you're trying to work up to the point to be a robot where if it goes against you because of whatever, or if you thought that it was going to go in a direction and you didn't take the trade and it did, these things happen all the time, right? Oh, I think it's going to go up. Let me go ahead and buy this. And then you get stopped out and then it goes up 5 minutes later. And you're like, gosh darn it, I knew it. If you're having those days, this is the Lord telling you, calm yourself. Relax that ass. He's not saying it like that, but he's saying, relax. Okay? Today's not the day. But that doesn't mean tomorrow isn't a brand new day. That, we have to, we take a loss and we take it. And I think some of us, we just want to be right. We just want to be right. Please tell me I'm right. That's what a lot of us do. And Alexis Contreras made a call out. I think it's going to hit 72. Maybe. It might. She might be right still. It may go up there. Who knows? But I don't like to, I've gotten away from trying to make those type of calls, right? Hold on. Let me do some work really quick. Let me do some work and stop yip-yapping so much. Sheesh. All right, look, this played out. All right, look, let's look for, if it wants to head up, we need to do this. Okay. If it's going to continue down, look for a break and retest underneath this lick box right here. There's two paths down from this point here. One of them's like this, which would give us a 50-50 here. And if the trend is strong, there's going to be another one like this. So from this point here, this is what needs to happen, okay? You don't even need to think anymore. Stop thinking. Stop overthinking. Stop looking at, oh, green candle, oh, red candle. I'm showing you what it is. If you're having a hard time understanding it, let me know right now. If you have a hard time understanding what I have on the screen, you need to let me know right now. Here, let me help out a little bit. All right, I'm gonna check the Discord. All right, no one said anything, so I just want to make sure I'm clear what needs to happen. So if you're already in the play, you're in purple until you're not. If you're already in the play, right? But if you're allowing one or two candles to dictate your trading, you're probably messed up. You probably messed up. It has to be A lot needs to happen from this point here. A lot needs to happen. And this, the bottom of this lick box is going to be important. It's going to be important because I drew it. No, I'm just kidding. It's just what I see. No, you know what? It's actually probably somewhere closer to the bottom of these down arrows are probably going to be a lot going on here. Wherever it is here, at this level here, this is probably going to be a lot going on here. So be careful here. Don't overstay your welcome here, okay? If we get here. I don't know if we are. We'll find out. A lot needs to happen. Remember, right? We need to break, retest either the bottom of this lick box, or we're going to get some strength inside to the 50-50 here and push down, or we're going to break this lick box again, retest it, and reject off of it. And then we'll look for our entry on magenta, okay? This is what it is. If you're not willing to wait all that time for whatever needs to happen, then save your money. Save your money, because look, are you going to be able to survive all this? You need to figure out who you are as a trader. You need to figure it out. If you want to do the quick hits, then take the quick hits and stop FOMOing when it goes further. If you're not going to use a 5-minute chart, it doesn't make sense to FOMO to use a 1-minute chart and then think like, but man, I should have held longer. I could have waited longer. And you're using the 1-minute chart, right? The 1-minute chart, you're basically telling yourself, I'm going to give myself a minute to figure out my life. The 5-minute chart gives you a chance to, you know, to get a better understanding. How many times has it happened that you get down here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes later, meaning 2 candles on the 5-minute chart later, you're back to where you needed to be. On the 1-minute chart, you would have stopped out. On the 5-minute chart, you would have been okay. You see what I'm saying? This is exactly what I'm saying. It's just right here. The 1-minute chart, you're going to give yourself 1 minute worth of notice. At least use, now I know I keep harping on the 5-minute chart and I probably shouldn't be doing that because I feel like I'm influencing you to trade in a certain way, and I don't want to do that. I want you guys to learn, understand. Look at the money we're printing right now. I want you all to understand your own trading style, because it's not going to be what mine is, and I feel like I'm forcing you into like maybe something you're uncomfortable with, and I don't want to do that. I need you to be comfortable with the setups. I need you to be comfortable, and that's the reason why I explain it so much, why I'm explaining what needs to happen, why I'm telling you, hey, look, this is not the thing anymore. It's this one here. And I know, you're like, oh, but I could have made money here. I get it. You could have made money on teal. I get it. But my goal is to minimize our risk. I identified that the purple is the least risky. This is what I identified for whatever reason, right? I just knew they were changing the algo. I knew it somehow. This is why I also did it on the 5-minute, because I knew it was happening. And look, here we go. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look at the money. Look, here goes. Here, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in so we can understand what just happened right here. All right, we see the break, the retest, and the reject, right? Here goes the break. Look at the retest. Look where it went. Look at the retest. Look where it went. This is the 55 candle. Look at the retest where it went within this 5 minutes. So that means on our 5-minute chart, they retested this liquidity and rejected it. They retested the liquidity and rejected it. There's nothing more I can do, right? And if you didn't understand how to read it, now I'm telling you, if you wanted to see a green candle in here, that would have been ideal to see a couple of green candles, but look, this is what it is. We look at the money. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this. We're gonna have a good weekend, I'll tell you that. Because I needed a new pair of Gucci flip-flops anyway. I needed a new pair. I didn't really actually need a new pair, but I still want the I need to see if they're gonna make custom like gold and purple. I want gold and purple Gucci flip-flops. I think I can probably find them. But I want fluffy gold and purple Gucci flip-flops. That's what I want. I mean, we can order a couple of them. We can order a couple of them. We'll be all right. But look, right here, inside here, be careful, right? We got to see what they want to do. Let's see. Okay, so it's also going to be on a 30-minute chart. We're also looking at this this gray, whatever color this is, trend line right here. So be careful. We've had a phenomenal morning. We've had a great, and look, lunchtime now. I'm probably gonna start adjusting now. Now I'm going to adjust my stops. I've been talking good. Thankfully I've been talking. Normally I probably would have stopped myself out right here. But I've been talking so much I haven't been, I just letting the brokerage go. All right, now I'm gonna adjust. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, let's see what we got. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to take advantage of this one. I wasn't able to take advantage of this. Once I realized, oh snap, the algos changed up on us, I was able to get in here. So a little bit early, because I saw the dance happening. The dance, remember when I drew this? I was like, look for that dance right there, the quick up and down. That's the dance I'm talking about. Look at yesterday's video, end of day video. You'll see the dance as well, right? Right here. That's what we wanted to see. It all happened. But anyways, I didn't get to take advantage of these over here. Once I said, hey, look, what was it? I told everybody, blue. It's gonna be the break of blue. It has to be the break of blue. This is what I see. You know, this is when we took advantage. Now let's see what we got here. Look at the money we're printing right now. And so look, if you got chopped up yesterday, as long as you don't over leverage, you're gonna be fine. Look at this money. You know, this is a, you know, you couldn't even ask me to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer. No, thank you. Why take a pay cut? For what reason? 1.6 GPA. If they allowed Gucci flip-flops instead of Crocs, I might think about being a doctor. And not any like serious type of doctor. Like maybe like the rhinoplasty, like the nose surgery guy. I'll do that. Look at this money. Look at this money. You couldn't even pay me to be a doctor. Why? Why? For what reason? Or an engineer? None of that. Not for me. No thank you. No thank you. I don't need the pay cut. I pay a lot of tax. People need me to pay tax. Keep the country going. Oh my goodness. Today was, I had to break it open today. Once I saw that blue, that was it. On the 5-minute chart, look at this money. Oh my goodness. Look, we're still in purple, right? This is why you can't let days like yesterday take you off your game plan. For what? Days like yesterday are gonna happen. Chop is gonna happen. That's normal. You know what the chop is? The chop is liquidity. Look at all this liquidity that built up. The chop is liquidity. Look what happened when liquidity broke. Bang. All right, let me readjust now. Hold on, give me a second.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm back. Okay, and to tell you the truth, I was doing way too much talking up here, and I wasn't able to. I would have liked to grab this one here. I would have liked to grab this one, but I was doing too much talking at the time. Also over here, I was doing too much talking, but over here, I was like, all right, here we go. This is it right here. But this is absolute perfection. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, you better join livespytrading.com. It's not going to get, none of this is going to get any easier than whatever we're doing. If you're still using the 9 EMA, I'm sorry, Alexis, I have to call you out. This is not an ideal situation for trying to make money in the stock market. If the 9 EMA was the infinite money glitch, everybody would be rich. Everyone would have Gucci flip-flops by now. Unfortunately, you know, I've tried them all. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I tried them all. I've tried all of them. You can't tell me one, well, it has to be simple because I'm dumb, right? 1.6 GPA. It has to be simple because I'm dumb. So if it's not a simple strategy like break of this, or then I'm probably not dealing with it, but hold on. See, I should probably stop looking. That's probably what I should do. Let me let the charts tell me. All right, I'm just gonna set it and forget it. I'm gonna pay attention to everybody else and not myself. Okay. All right, back to everybody else. Alexis Contreras. Where were we? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You know, is it possible we can still hit 72? This is why I try not to make predictions. This is exactly why. And I remember listening to all the YouTubers. I used to follow a whole bunch. Not follow, like, just watch a whole bunch when I tried to learn this stuff. And I realized they were literally saying anything, and they all had their own whatever, and none of it really they try to make it make sense in their own wording or whatever. I try to get away from it because I realize I'm wrong. When I try to guess, why guess? I don't need to guess. The charts will tell me exactly everything I need to know. I don't need to guess, because if you start guessing, you're gonna have a bias. We need to humble ourselves and be like, look, I don't goddamn know. I honestly don't, and the truth is you don't. None of us know. But what I do know is that if a certain thing happens, I have a much higher probability for this next thing happening. That's what I do know. I do know that if I stare at this 1 minute chart, I'm limiting my success. If I use a 5 minute, I'm gonna get much better results. That's what I do know. I do know if I start touching my stop within 30 seconds after I take a trade, because I see retracement back into my original candle, I know I already messed up. That's what I do know. You know, look at the price action. Look how great the price action was. Everything was moving so fast. Everything was moving so fast. I didn't even have a chance to even take this trade because I was, it was just moving so fast. When, we don't get nothing was moving really slow since open. Everything was going so fast. You just gotta learn how to identify when the money's there. Yesterday, you go back and actually, I think it's in the video. Hold on, let me pay attention. Actually, I already have my stop set. I'm just gonna leave it alone. See, every time I look at it, On the 1 minute, I keep wanting to touch my stuff. Wait, that sounds weird. I keep wanting to adjust my stop. But if you go back and look at yesterday's video, not even the full live stream. I think I put it just in the end of day. My mouse is about to die. Give me a second. Okay, that one got me. This one got me right here. But look, I think this is a great trade. From purple all the way down to, how much is this? I got in a little bit early again. 68, 67. I mean, if you were to do the full thing, that's 4 full points. Yeah, I got 3.5 points. So this is a good move here, right? When you're dealing with that many contracts, I mean, I'm done for the month. I don't need to take another trade for a month. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so this area that I had circled is going to be a thing. So we need to watch out for this to see if we grab. Hold on, I'll try to be a little more specific. You know what? I actually need to let this settle out before I start doing anything. I'm going to let this settle out. I'm going to get up and walk. I need to circulate some blood. And I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I will be right back. Give me a second. It looks like we're breaking this purple now, finally, right? We finally broke the purple. If you got in, if you've been in since the original break of this teal, look at this money. From the teal, 71.51. That's stupid money. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. In the meantime, let's look for. It has to be this. We gotta look for this lick box again. This lick box is gonna be the key. So we want to look for break and retest above the lick box for calls. It has to be. It has to be like if it doesn't look like this, whatever this lick box is right here. If it doesn't do that, we're not interested. Okay? It's got to be like that. If you don't have the 5-minute chart, sucks to suck. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna circulate some blood. Give me a second. Don't overtrade this. Just. It's Friday, not the day to start over trading. Okay, just give it a second. Let me draw the down. Hold on. Okay, the 50-50 is gonna be there. It's gonna be a wide 50-50. Okay. So, here are the paths. This or this. And I mean, here's the daily. Gosh darn it, man. Gosh darn it. I mean, you know, I did this weeks ago, weeks and weeks ago. I don't know how much better I can get. I really don't know how much better I can get. But if anyone's looking for like anything better than perfection, you got problems. You need a hug. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Something's wrong with you. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this daily chart. I'm just amazed by this. How did this happen right here? How did it go up to the 5 where I told everyone it was gonna reject? I don't know how. Whatever. Let's not question it. Just go with it. I gotta go circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Okay, we're testing the bottom of this lick box here. Remember, we're going to use this teal as our buying channel now. Now we got to figure out what's going to happen in here. Don't know why that's there. For us. It's going to be tough on the call side because we have so much downward pressure. It's going to be really tough on the call side. You know, if you want any type of security, it has to be, it just has to be here. If you're buying calls from this point here, hold on. I want to make that. If you're buying calls from this point here, you have to be scalping, right? Have to be scalping. You're looking for this. We need to know that we broke this liquidity here. Otherwise, we're in the magenta, right? Our lower day, let me mark out lower day so you don't get overexcited on the break of blue. Break of blue, don't get overexcited because lower day is right there. I'm going to highlight lower day. From this point, if we retest lower day, we need this. We need this. If we retest lower day. And look, we're seeing if we're getting that rejection off of, I know it looks like gobbledygook, but let me see if I can clear it up just a bit. So look, from this point here, we knew there had to be some upside, right? Every single path is going up. I didn't draw any going straight down. So we knew there had to be some retracement. Now we need to see if we're retracing underneath this lick box here. You think I have this lick box here for my health? Now we need to see if we're gonna, but you got to be careful on blue still, okay? So if you're taking the rejection here, you're chasing this. There's nothing really to do until, you know, you got to measure risk to reward from blue, wherever this is, you know, the higher up, the better. Because let's say if it breaks down here, right? Your risk to reward is going to be from here to here. How much is it? Let's say if it breaks here, 6509. The 64, I guess that's fine, but your risk to reward, you got to measure that risk to reward. The higher up, the better risk to reward is, right? So look, in here, there's probably nothing to do. If you need access to the 5-minute chart, you got to go to Live Spy Trading. It's going to ask you for that credit card if you want to continue. If you don't want to continue, you get a free session. I recommend join on Monday or Sunday night or Monday morning before market opens. That's what I recommend you join. They're going to ask you for that credit card. There's no obligation. If you don't want to continue, simply say no thanks. Simply say no thank you. No big deal. If you want to stay flipping signs at Subway, that's your option too. But if you think you can understand, colors, buy, call, buy, put, I think you'll be fine. That's literally the only prerequisite. And patience. I think we need patience too. Yeah, we definitely need some patience. Look, there's going to be a lot of liquidity on this double, what is this? This blue and this blue, the secondary liquidity here. We got to be careful here. We got to be careful here. But we have a strong downtrend. You don't want to fight this trend. We're not going to be... Whatever I have on the screen, this is the right information. Whatever's on the screen right now, this is the correct information. This 1 minute chart, sketchy. You need the 5 minute chart. This is the accurate stuff. All right, we're gonna let the mascot sit a little bit. He's been working overtime. He wants overtime pay. No, thank you. No, thank you. I cut his hours. I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet for a second. Okay, I'm back. Uh-huh. All right, let's see. We got 4 minutes on the candle. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we go retest low a day. Now look, we can't ask for too much out of this market, right? They're getting oversold. It's already oversold. Look, it hit the target already, right? From blue to the target. We measured our risk to reward. Now, you need to look for this. For any calls, it had to be up here, right? All of this had to happen for calls. Now we're at perfect, right? Exactly at target. You understand how it's very systematic. Certain things just have to happen. Certain things have to happen. So look, if you took blue, well, I already told you risk to reward, right? 65.14 down to 64.61. This is a win. I told you where it was going to reject that, right? Underneath this lick box right here, right? This is very simple. I'm not going to say I can't say it's simple. I understand it's difficult, but the difficult part is, after the fact, we're like, well, gosh darn, how does that, everyone's going to be a superhero after the fact, right? So I get it. It's not easy in real time. What we're relying on is the track record. And I know that, I get it. That's hard, right? Because I'm just a voice on the end on the other end of the screen. So if you're having trouble with exits or entries, I don't think we have to worry about our entries. We don't have to worry about our entries. The only thing that's holding us back is where you are selling. You have to be comfortable with the candle, especially on this 1 minute chart. You're gonna have to be comfortable with retracement, because if you're in puts and you're looking at the brokerage, these green candles are gonna look red, right? So at some point you have to realize the red candle is the thing that's giving you money. And how does that work? Because it's reaching back to get exit liquidity for you. They're reaching back to grab that liquidity for you. And then once they stop people out, then the price is going to continue, right? So look, they have to reach back to grab the liquidity. They're doing the work for you. And then once that liquidity got stopped out, so the red candles, you shouldn't fear the red candle. The red candle is what you need, because that's how you generate money. That's how you're going to generate the profit. I'm giving you a put scenario if we're in puts. And today also was textbook, right? Everything worked out today. All the levels were tested and retested and rejected perfectly. Today was an ideal day. And we probably already in our head, it's Friday, I'm going to do the X, Y, and Z. I get it. That's fine. But you have to understand, the home runs are going to come. You have to stick with the strategy. And what I recommend is paper trade for a little bit. Paper trade for a little bit until you get that paper trade account to a certain level. It has to be like that. Not that it has to be, because I know you're going to hear me saying, look at the money, Gucci flip-flops. You're going to hear me saying all that, and it's going to make you feel FOMO. I get it. Trust me, I know. And you're going to be frustrated. So here's the thing. At least we can identify what the issue is. I'm not going to call it a problem. I'm going to call it an issue. Here's what the issue is. You might be selling too early. You might be moving your stop too early. We've identified the issue. Now we can come up with a plan for how to work around the issue. for a solution. We can easily work around that because now we know what it is. So if we know that the entries aren't the problem and it's simply where you're selling, well, then the answer is to either hold your trade for way longer than what you are, put the stop where it needs to be, or you have to be happy with being the $3 hauler. And if you're not going to be happy with being a $3 hauler, then you're always going to have that FOMO. So you need to decide what trader you are. Am I taking at key level? Am I going to be the $3 hauler? Am I willing to hold? You need to figure that out. There's nothing I can, that's beyond me. I don't know everyone else's risk tolerance. That's impossible for me to know that. So once you get honest with yourself, this is going to get way easier. And I had a talk with someone the other day, and if you already have a formula for success, why change it? Why change that formula? When you're ready to scale, you scale slowly, and then you're already seeing the money come in, but it's going to be exponential. So just give it that time. Don't rush it. It's only been a few months. Don't rush it. What you've done in a few months, some people take years, actual literal years to do. Because what I don't want you to do is over leverage and then ruin all your gains. Because not only do you ruin the gains from your bank account, or whatever your trading account, you're gonna ruin the mental gains that you've achieved. You're gonna ruin it because you're gonna see setups and you're gonna hesitate, or you're gonna see a retracement candle and you're gonna move your stop. You're gonna start to do all these things, because it's a domino effect. So just have faith or understanding that once a certain thing happens, we have a high probability of the next thing happening. We just need to allow the market to do what it needs to do. The red candles mean they're going to grab liquidity for you. You don't even have to do the work. They're going to grab the liquidity for you. You just have to allow it to happen. And I give you exit strategies to follow. If you're not following those exit strategies, there's very little I can do. There's very little I can do. If you keep moving your stop within 30 seconds, 45 seconds, you're going to get 30, 45 second money. And then 3 minutes later, there's going to be a big opposite candle that's going to stop you out for $3. And then 2 minutes after that, there's going to be another whatever candle going in the direction you originally bought your contract. This is how many times does that happen, right? I'm willing to bet it's happened more often than not. I'm willing to bet we took a trade, within 2 minutes, we moved our stop, we get stopped out, and then 3 minutes later, it continues in the direction we thought it was going to go. I'm willing to bet that happens very often. So we know what the issue is. We know what the solution is. You just got to execute it now. Now, if you need to get up and walk away after you take a trade, you move your stop where it needs to be, get up and walk away. That's what I recommend. Or whatever. You need to decide who you are as a trader. If you're trading on the 1 minute chart, then you're going to take 1 minute chart money. If you're trading on the 5 minute chart, you're going to take 5 minute chart money. If you're following the legs, you can't take a trade from the 5 minute chart and then use the legs from the 1 minute chart, right? That can't work. It can't work like that. You need to stay consistent with whichever chart you're using for legs. You need to stay consistent with whatever chart you're using for the line to break. Or else you're going to be back and forth. You're just going to be back and forth all the time. So look, this is why I cautioned everyone. This is why I have this highlighted. At this point here, all of this needs to happen, right? All of this needs to happen from this point here. This is why I have it highlighted and I cautioned everyone. This needs to happen. because certain things gotta happen. It's just gotta be like that. And if not, then that means there's no trade. Easy. And if it goes on without you, then you have to be, it goes on without you. Oh well. At least you didn't burn any money. And if you keep FOMOing after, what could have been, should have been, you're gonna ruin your mental. You're gonna ruin your mental. As long as we've identified the risk. As long as we identify the risk. Look, if you thought puts here, and then, oh no, I stopped myself out, and then one more candle, now look, you're like, oh no, wait, what's happening? That's why you need to allow, if you're on the 1 minute chart, allow whatever needs to happen to happen. If you're on the 5 minute chart, if you took this trade on, on the break of blue, then the legs still haven't closed yet. The legs haven't closed yet. You understand what I'm saying? Do you see it now? Like, we have to understand which chart we're trading off of. If I'm telling you to trade off the 5 minute, well, I'm not telling you. You guys are going to do whatever you want. But, I mean, I drew the exact path where it needed to be. I told you to enter on break of blue. It would have taken you 10 or 15 minutes. So if you want 10 or 15 minute money, you have to wait 10 or 15 minutes. This is just, I don't think there's anything more I can say that's going to exemplify my point other than today. Today's been an absolute clinic on perfection. Today's been absolutely perfect. Everything that needed to happen happened. Yesterday, different day. If you're allowing yesterday to mess you up, then you lost the plot. Because those days are gonna happen. But these are the days, these are the days that as long as you don't over leverage yesterday, let's say you took your $50 loss or $150 loss, whatever you decide is comfortable for you, then we get days like today and it erases all of that stuff. So if you're on the 1 minute chart, certain things need to happen. If you're on the 5 minute chart, it's gonna look different. You can't interchange like, okay, I'm taking a break of blue, and then you go over to the 5 minute to and then use the legs on the 5 minute or the 1 minute. It doesn't work. It can't work like that. And as long as you're not greedy and you're willing to take whatever it is, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. But also, we can't look down on money. If we made money, don't look down on it. This is the hard thing. This is the hard thing, the mental thing. If you read a book enough on how the aorta works, that's how it works, right? And that's what the aorta, the part in the heart, or the lungs, or whatever it is, or how to turn a wrench. If you read a book enough on how to do it, you'll figure it out. The stock market is the thing that is emotional, where your emotions take over. If you're a mechanic and you got to turn that nut, lefty loosey, righty tighty, that's what it is. In the stock market, how many times is it where it's, okay, buy put now, hell yeah, up $400. Congratulations, Mr. Ramos. Good job today. In the stock market, it's the emotional part where it's like, well, I bought put, but then I see a green candle. Now I'm worried. Oh no. And it's not even about, chances are our risk is going to be maybe 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever it is, right? Under 200 for sure. Most times it's under 200 what we're risking, what our stop loss is. And it's not even about the 200 because you burned $200 at the casino, on OnlyFans, doing hardcore drugs, whatever it is. Just kidding. But we burned that money. So it's not even about the money of taking the loss of, okay, I wasted this money. It's the hopes and dreams you have from day trading. Jeez and right. Mr. Ramos, $3,215 to the green side. Congratulations, sir. And you did all that from the 1 minute chart? Damn. That is spectacular, man. That is spectacular. I don't know, from the 1 minute chart, that is amazing. Good for you though, brother. I love to hear it and I love to see it. Congratulations. That's difficult from the 1 minute chart, I'll tell you that. Or from me clicking around constantly, that's difficult. But I'm pretty sure you probably have your own charts going next to you and probably following along. So good job. Okay, like I was saying, it's not easy because we get the human side of us gets involved. The human side is the part that it gets involved and it makes it, that's the difficult part about trading. Because you can read all the books, you can hear me repeat 1,000 times to let your winner win, or the legs haven't closed yet, or we're still inside this channel here, no reason to leave the trade, or we're below the water, no reason to leave the trade. You can hear me say that 1,000,000 times and it won't make a difference if you're in puts when you see 2 green candles. I'm willing to bet I'm right. I mean, not bet, but I'm willing to, yeah, screw it. I'll bet it. I'll bet because I was there. I was there, right? So if you're in puts and you see these 2 green candles, now you're, oh God, now what? This is something we know what the issue is. We know exactly what the issue is. Now, how we need to come up with a strategy to overcome that issue. Now, if that means to get up and walk away for the day, there you go, Leah. Let's go weak. What does the weak mean? Explain weak. Because you spelled weak like no strength. What does that mean? Because you're saying let's go, tack, weak. Now I'm confused. You got some splaining to do, which we found out through the Mandela effect that Desi Arnaz never said, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Never happened. I don't know if I just broke that to you. But it's okay. I don't know if I just broke that to everybody, but yeah, Desi Arnaz never said, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Never said it. That's so disappointing. All right, but look. So on this play right here, we had a break, a retest, and a reject. If you're not already in profit, then there's nothing I can do, right? 90% emotional, 10% technical. I'll agree with that, Tex. Okay, weak 5 minute channel, right? Let me see. Weak, you see weak?
Going crazy.
What I see here is, I see absolute perfection on my chart. I see a break of this purple right to the, here, let me show you. I see a break of the purple right exactly to the lick box, and then I see the break of our blue for Munyon. Look at the money. Look at the money on the break of blue. If we let 1 green candle stop us out, then okay, also look, if you're on the 1 minute chart, we have a break, a retest, and a rejection of this level. This is it's just math. It's just math. That look at the Munyon. Look at the Munyon. Oh my goodness. We had a good day. And I'm glad I sat here and talked everyone through this right here. We talked all through it. I'm glad. Because look, if this happens, if we grab liquidity from the bottom of this is absolute perfection. I literally can't be any better. There's nothing more I can do. Let me see. I think I was off by, what is this? 92. 3 cents. I was off by 3 cents on a stock that cost damn near $650 or $666. I was off by 3 cents. You're gonna have to give me some grace on this. But I mean, here's what we need to be focused on, right? We need to understand that once I have this blue here, that means we have liquidity built. Once I have this blue here, that means there's going to be a break, a retest of what? The blue. Do you see how it retested the entry? Look, if your entry was on blue, it just retested the entry. That's all this is. This is also in our trading, in our exit strategy. Lesson 8. It's in our exit strategy. I go over this with pictures, with words and pictures and all the rest, right? And also look, on the break of blue, if you're using the 5-minute, the legs still haven't closed. The legs are still open, just a little bit. Those legs are open though, but they're open. So if you're not sticking to the plan, there's nothing, I can't do much more. But this has been absolute perfection all day. I mean, I don't know if anyone can deny that. Look at this money. And I'm talking through it with you so you hear me, so you can hear my voice, and I'll tell you, all right, I'm stopped out here, I'm in, you hear my voice. We're going through it together. The blue. Once we identify blue, this was easy money. Let me not say easy. I'm not allowed to say that. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you finish understanding that, I suggest you go to livespytrading.com, because I will get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. It's going to take you some time. This is not a get rich quick scheme. I'm not offering get rich quick. What I'm offering is a chance to change the way you think about the stock market, the way you think about day trading, to make it stress-free. It's up to you to make it stress-free, right? You're going to have to trust the plan, trust the strategy a little bit. That's going to take you. You're going to have to do that. Look at this. Okay, volatility coming in. We had an idea on this next key level right here, 6350. We also see that we reached the bottom of our magenta. So level by level, right? If we went from here to here, we need to start. I don't have these levels here for no reason. They're here for a reason. Yeah, that one definitely got me. I was chasing this a little tight, but I'm not upset with it. When I saw this wick here, I decided to adjust. We survived the hard part. Now I adjust, and this one got me right here. So if it continues down, it continues down. I wasn't prepared for this amount of drawdown, so that's okay. We did from blue. We'll even say it. Let's say you got filled at the worst possible fill. 64.78. This one got me in here. 63. This is a good move. And also, look, we're day trading. If you're swing trading, you're waiting for the much longer plays. If you're day trading, you're 10, 15 minutes maybe if you want to hold. If you're swing trading, you're waiting for hours. After about 1 hour, the other day I was in a trade for whatever I posted. I think it was I posted one that was 30 minutes. I stayed in the trade just to break even, right? Just to break even. And then the other, or, a little bit above even. And then I think I've had one for an hour that I posted as well. Yeah, so it can be, once liquidity breaks, you're just gonna have to let the market do whatever it's gonna need to do. I've been in, and I don't like holding for an hour. I like going level by level. Now I got greedy and I didn't take on the level when I should have, and then I had to wait an hour before it went back into my favor. And that's just what it is. So we have to understand these concepts. And be okay with these concepts. This is a business like any other business. There's no difference. If you own a coin laundry and it rains, people aren't going to come in, but you still got to pay the bill. You still got to pay the bills, right? So yesterday, it rained. Yesterday, it rained all day. No one came in till the end of the day. today, nice and sunny. People are washing clothes today. Look, see me, I'm not built for this type of drawdown here. But I know that about myself. I know that about myself, and I'm okay with that. Also, I'm not going to be mad about making money. We made money today. I'm not going to be mad about that. Look at this. Look at it. It better not. It better not. Because see, this is upsetting. See, this is upsetting. There's no way I'm going to survive this type of drawdown. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. This obnoxious candle stopped me out on blue, so now I gotta let this settle out. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. All right. I think I was a little hesitant because I know we're coming up to this stuff right here. I got some room. I got some room. I don't know if I'm gonna take any more trades. I think I'm done risking it for the day. Normally I don't even trade Friday, but that blue showed up and we had to do something with it. Look, on our 30-minute chart, we had the break of this buying channel here, and then we had the break of 64.41. We had a couple things telling us what to do. Look at this. You know, maybe I should have transitioned to exit strategy 3, which is, you know, below the water. We're still below the water. I think either way this one would have stopped me out, even with that one. Look at this. Come on, man. I was doing so good. If anyone else took the break and retest, good on you. And we're doing so good. And then this, see, even me. I let the green candle scare me out sometimes. Well, not that it scared me out, I just had my stop a little too tight, but I'm okay with that. And now I'm like, we're so oversold. I'm not even. We're so oversold. I'm not really interested in. I'm definitely not buying puts at the bottom. Definitely not buying puts here. This was the entry for puts. If you didn't get in here, there's no entry. Don't buy puts at the bottom. That's all I'm saying. Let's review the trading plan. I need to shrink this down a bit. We made too much money today. Let's review the trading plan. We had a couple. All right, so I think we could use, most likely, our best bet would have been the micro inverse cup and handle for right now. If we look at that one, the micro inverse cup and handle, we see that it goes slightly above 69.6. What is it, 69.69? Slightly above 69.69, and then the drawdown. And then let's look at our 30-minute chart. Here's the 69.69, slightly a little bit more above, but you know, I'm freehand drawing this stuff. It's a freehand drawing. You know, the wick, you know, let's count the candle body close, right? So the candle body went to 70.43, so a little less than a point here, but you know, I think I did the best I could. Let's see if we get a little bounce here for this micro to finish off, right? So again, if we look at the micro inverse cup and handle, and then let's look at our 30-minute chart. Come on now. Let's see another option. Maybe another option could have been rejection off the 5, but we didn't actually hit the 5, so probably not that one. The bolt down, you may have had an entry at 666. Let's see. 666. Yeah, there's an entry at 666 for the bolt down. And let's look for what else. Okay, and then we also had the wedge, which also would have worked. So we had a couple of trading plans that would have worked. Now for the up, we had a bolt up above the 5 MA. Oh shit, I labeled one of them wrong. My bad. I labeled one of them wrong. The long-term cup and handle is supposed to be inverse cup and handle. My bad. Okay, so I really didn't have too much up. They were mainly down. And I think maybe that's just what the market was telling me at the time. So we had one. Okay, I literally only put one option for the up, which that was a mistake. I should have had another one, but all right, the market was telling me down, I guess, at least from pre-market. Man, I usually try to have more than one up scenario. I'm surprised at myself. This is an error on my part that I didn't have. I mean, not that I made a mistake. You know, obviously we did all right, but as far as the trading plans go, I don't want to pigeonhole you guys into thinking one thing. And I think these trading plans probably, you know, obviously showed my bias, but I didn't want to give the Discord a bias, and I think I probably gave everyone a bias by only having one up scenario. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'll do better. I'll pay attention to that. I didn't even realize I did that. That's my fault. I always want to give you the scenario to, you know, if we get in trouble, we need a scenario to get us out of it. So we need to know the up scenario. And where are we right now? Yeah, buying at the bottom, I don't recommend. If you didn't already take this, then there's nothing really to do here. So this, we're gonna see if this played out, this thing right here. I mean, we're still below the water, so there's nothing really to do. We gotta let this settle out. Let me go to the 5 minute. Okay, on the 5 minute, this is damn near perfection. I mean, gosh darn it. God, look at this arrow. Look where it ends and everything. This is damn near perfection. I don't know what else I can do. Anyways, let me get over myself. Let me clean up this chart. All right, now let's see what we got, because we have a lot more data now, so it should be a lot easier. This is going to be for some swing stuff. This is going to be swing plays, and I'm not talking about your lifestyle, I'm talking about trading style. So we're still going to hold on to this magenta, right? This magenta did us pretty good today. I'll get rid of secondary liquidity. We don't need it. I think we see what's going on. We made so much damn money today. I need to shrink the damn screen. Okay, from this point here. So this magenta right here is going to hold the key if we get up here, right? If. Remember, the way we trade, there's a lot of if-then statements. If this, then that. Sometimes there's more than one if. So it has to be like, if this and if this, then that, right? So we're looking for, this is our long-term down. Our short-term down is going to look similar to this, but we're going to, we want to get a little bit, hold on, let me redraw it. At this point here, we want to get a little bit inside this lick box and reject down below. Now look, if it just keeps going down from here, then that means we're just still in, hold on, let me show you. That means we're just starting another purple. So it hasn't started yet. We'll wait. We do see weakness in purple though, right? And we see maybe a little bit of we can't even say weakness in magenta yet. We can't really say it. So these are the short term, and look, if we get up, you know, to about wherever I have it here for the short term down. Okay, which will line up with this magenta. I didn't even see that. So, all right, magenta is going to be a key here. If we break this magenta, don't hold on forever, because you know, you got to watch out for this next key level. We're in the downtrend. So in order for that to be a different scenario, to look the other way, we need to be above this. We need to be above 69.39, okay? So we want to see how we react to the underside of this lick box. We want to see how we react to a little bit above inside the lick box. We want to see how we react to the top of the lick box. Now, if we break and retest this top, I'm just going to continue from this line here. We want to look for that, okay? So from this point here, where we are right now, these are the setups. It has to work. It has to be like this. You understand what I'm saying? This one played out. We're gonna clear the chart. This one played out. So whatever I have on here, it must do this thing. I'm telling you right now, one of these is gonna happen. And if it doesn't, then we'll be fine, because that means we didn't get caught in the chop. And then on this, let's say this blue breaks here, look, your next key level is at whatever I have right here, 63.50, and then low a day. So be careful, risk to reward. We much prefer, you know, higher up this blue. We prefer higher up the blue. Ideally, we'd be higher up the blue. Here, you're just continuing the purple channel. Another purple is going to start. And then you have to hope that it doesn't grab liquidity from low a day to push up. But either way, every single path has to go up from the bottom here. All of them. It just has to do that. If it doesn't, then that's not our trade. And me personally, I'm not going to take any more trades for the day. I don't need to. Don't need to risk anymore. We took all of our risks we needed to take. I took 2 risks today, and we did okay. We did okay. I'm gonna mark out on our 5 minutes so I can do our trading plan, or the wins for the day. So these are the wins. Let's cover the wins. We had the break of this. At the time, it was the teal. Then we identified the blue. Oh wait, there's one here. My bad. There's another one here. Then we identified the blue. I'll drag it down. And then it was break a blue, break a blue. We're looking for calls. Ideally somewhere up here on a break and retest, right? If this happens and this, right? So if and on this. But look, we're in a downtrend. We're in a downtrend, a strong downtrend. So you really don't want to fight this. If the market just wants to settle out and just go sideways from here, that wouldn't be unheard of. Almost expected. But look, I told you from this point here, we got to have some upside. We got to have some upside. So here's the upside I'm talking about, right? It's happening right in front of your face. Man, my eyes are burning. I've been staring at these charts like a hawk. So Discord, here are your setups. If you're still gonna sit here and do this, it has to be like one of these. It simply must. It simply must. And also, you know, if you made money for the day, you might want to start thinking about just calling it a day. Call it a day and go enjoy the weekend. That's what I recommend. That's what I recommend. And on this break of blue up here, you gotta watch out for this. You gotta watch out for this. So this is gonna be sketchy in here, okay? If you're waiting for this break of blue right here, it's gonna be sketchy. It's gonna be sketchy. So wait for some type of confirmation, meaning a strong push or a strong candle, maybe a dance, right? Look for something like that. Look for some confluence. This is what I recommend. This is what I recommend. This might be a little bit lower. This 50-50 might be a little bit lower. I'll leave it here. Or I'll just widen it there. Here's the 50-50. Okay, here we go. So they're retesting the bottom of the lick box. We're gonna see if they what they want to do here. No, I'm probably not gonna. Yeah, I'm definitely not taking any more trades. I don't even care if this. I don't care if it shoots down to 0. Don't care. I'm not taking any more trades. A lot of volatility in here. I'm not buying puts in the bottom. I know that. I know I'm not buying puts at the bottom. I'm not buying puts at the bottom. Even though this does look like this does look solid, I would prefer a little bit higher up. This is just me. If it shoots down from here, my bad. We're still in, you know, I'm going to say, hey, look, we're still in magenta. This is me personally. My personal thoughts don't matter. The charts are going to tell us what we need to know. My personal thoughts are irrelevant. The charts will tell us. You know, these paths you see are what I view as the optimal setup. And if it doesn't happen, then oh well. Oh well. If you're on YouTube and it doesn't happen, you get what you pay for. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. Yeah, we're just chopping around in here. I'm gonna let this settle out for a bit. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm back. So it looks like we're in compression time. I'm probably not going to sit here and do this all day. What I will do is I'm going to have these going in the background. I'm going to be doing some other stuff. And then maybe around like 10 or so, in like 25 minutes, I'll cut the live stream, but I'll be still in the Discord. Yeah, I'll probably do that, or I might just call it a day. I think we already had a good day, but I'm going to leave, all these charts will be available in our charts channel. So if you're new, go to the charts channel. All of these paths are still going to be on there. All the setups are still going to be on there. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to be off to the side doing whatever. And then I'm going to check in every now and again. We're in compression time. We're in this little range here that I see. We're in this little tiny range. So at minimum, we need to wait for a break and retest, either above or below it, right? This orange is a thing now, I believe. So we're gonna have to use this orange. I think we moved out of blue. Oh, now they got movement. Now I gotta pay attention. No. I'm gonna continue. We're still in this range until we're not, okay? We're still in orange and we're still in this teal range. So let's see if we get a break of the orange and a break of the teal for a break and retest underneath teal. And then 661, or what is this? Measure risk to reward from teal to 62.66. And then after that, we're going to look for 61.75. Let's look at our, you know what? We need to look at the, if you're in the Discord, go ahead and pay attention to the micro inverse cup and handle, okay? Look at the flexion points of the micro inverse cup and handle. Or, it needs to look something similar to that. It may not be on the penny, but if we see some price action looking like this, which, it's already starting to look like that, we know what the next setup is for if there's going to be any put scenario. If there's a call scenario, it's already on the 5-minute chart. So the 5-minute chart, number one, we have to break magenta. Number two, we have to break retest, maybe retest the magenta before we head up, okay? So if you're if it breaks magenta and shoots up, my bad. If you're waiting for a more solid entry, wait for the break of magenta, the retest of magenta, and then the push up. It might be I don't know when it's gonna happen, right? I should put this back. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but that's what we need to be looking for. But either way, when I told everyone buy down here, it's got to have some upside. This is money. This is money. Now, you're at key level. You need to start understanding: are you going to take your profit here, or are you going to wait for the rest of it to happen, or this is where you need to figure your life out. So if you took this trade way down here when I said it, way down here, now you need to figure your life out. And look what's happening on the teal, right? Okay. Been doing this a little bit. I've been doing this a little bit, so I'm gonna be off to the side. Look at the rejection on teal, right? I've been doing this for a little bit, so have a little bit of faith in me. I think we'll be all right. One of those things has to happen. If not, it's just gonna chop sideways until infinitum. So you don't need to sit here and stare at the charts. Set alerts. Set alerts. Certain things gotta happen. There's a reason why I put our little range right here. There's a reason. And also, even if it does dip below this orange and this teal, how much you gonna get from it? How much you gonna get from it? That's what we need to start asking ourselves these questions. We need to start asking ourselves these questions. I would prefer a lot more liquidity if there is going to be any more downside. The orange is building our liquidity now. So it's no longer blue. Now we're in orange. Okay? We've already identified it ahead of time. All right, I'm going to be off to the side. I'll be here, though. I'll be checking in every now and again. So don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Mr. Ramos, I'm going to address your question directly. So, for example, let me clear this. For example, not that I knew, but I had a strong inclination that our best bet on puts, if it wanted to go down, is if we see a rejection right at this level, right at this level. From this point here, this is our best setup for puts right here. If it goes any further than this, then the bottom of this liquidity box, I have no idea. There's no way anyone could know. If we get below retest and reject, this would be ideal, right? Look, if we get below retest and reject, this would be ideal. However, what I did know was that this is our best bet for puts. It had to be up here. It had to be up here for puts. That's just, that's what I did know. Yeah. Now, if the price were to get to up here, you know, if we started trading like this, then I know another option for puts would have been here. Now, I'm going to stop looking at puts if we get above green. I'm going to stop looking at puts if we break, retest, and reject something like this above this magenta. Then I got to stop looking at puts. But until then, we're in a down scenario. We're in a downtrend. So I'm not going to fight the trend, right? For puts, this is our best bet. Bang. This is a 100% winner. This is, you know, this, it's not going to get much more precise than this. Exactly to the level, exactly to the lick box. This is not an accident, right? This is just math. It's all math. It has to be like that. Once you understand how the market moves, everything gets much easier. Also, you're going to do a lot better if you're on the 5-minute chart. It's very hard to trade off. I know you've done well, and that's amazing. I think that's phenomenal, but everything's going to be easier off the 5-minute chart because it's more accurate. It's far more accurate. And this is for the Discord members to have an advantage because there's, you know, they got to be paying for something, right? They're paying for something. They're paying for the accurate information ahead of time. Also, you would have to join the Discord to see the trading plan for today. Yeah, I know you use your 5-minute chart, but I think my 5-minute chart's pretty good. I think my 5-minute chart's pretty good. I know you have your own, but my 5-minute chart with the path and all this, I think that's the one. But look, even before the market opened, and you're gonna have to go on the Discord to see it. You can get a free session, you know, try Sunday or Monday, and you can go into the Discord and look at my analysis. Every morning I give the analysis, and it hasn't been wrong. It's, I think 99% of the time it's spot on. So, you know, you have to do your own research on that. But again, look at this daily chart. I did this weeks ago. Weeks ago I did this. I'm not sure if it gets any more accurate than what I have right here on the break, the retest, and the reject. I'm not sure anyone that's doing this shit. I don't know of it. If it is happening, I'm not aware of it. But what I can tell you is that my charts are pretty damn good. They're pretty damn good. And it's going to be hard to do it off the 1-minute chart. It's going to be hard if you're not on the Discord. Not impossible, because I see you do it every day pretty much, but it's going to be difficult. Or I think you could be doing much better. That's what I would say. Yeah. But look, I'm going to give everyone a freebie while you're on here. Go ahead and take a screenshot of this because I'm about to call it a day. So take a screenshot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool story. I'm going to borrow this. I'll actually use. I could use this one. I'll use this one. Man, I kind of want to see this play out, but I gotta borrow this chart. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, Discord, I'm gonna head out of here. I'm gonna call it for the day. So look, whatever's, just erase everything. Let me see if I can get it back. All right, the next, so this one hit. All right, cool. If they want to continue up, this is gonna be, or you know, we're still in this area, but this is gonna be the next, for the longer term, it's gonna be right here for puts, right? On the rejection of inside, if it stays inside magenta. If it breaks this magenta, it may want to settle out, right? It may want to do something like this a little bit. So you gotta, if you're gonna allow it, you gotta allow it. If not, chase it. If we get above green, wait for a break and retest the green, okay? So these are the setups. If it's not clear, let me know now. Yeah, all right, good job. Yeah, I know. Here, look. Let me look at this. Okay, so you took this initial one, had to hold. Oh wait, hold on. Let me read your message again. Took the first break of orange, had to hold. Okay. And then it dumped. I know, but look, we had. This is why I always say the ideal setup is wherever I have these flexion points. These are the ideal. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but your ideal ones are gonna be at the flexion points. Now we know that the orange is technically the break of, and you know, you could have made some money here, but we already understood. We already knew exactly where your risk was, right? So the risk to reward on this, we already knew where it was. So if you're able to at least get something out of it without holding too long, you win, right? That's a good trade for you, because you understood the you understood the risk, and you did what you needed to do to make sure that you didn't allow the two green candles to scare you out. So, or if you were able to take the profit here without allowing any of this, then you know you understood the risk. So you don't feel, you know, you can't feel weird about making money. Once you start to feel weird about making money, then you got a bigger set of problems on your hands, right? Oh man, I really appreciate that, Leah GT. I really appreciate that. Yeah, check it out Sunday. So you're gonna have all Sunday, go through all the lessons. It's all free. Go through the lessons. Look at the exit strategy. Take a look at that. And then it's going to be in the getting started. So when you join, it's going to be the getting started channel. Go through the getting started channel. It's going to seem like a lot. Just go one by one. Just make sure you read what I'm saying so it makes sense, right? If you just click through and you don't know what what the message says, then it's not going to make any sense. It's pretty much going to give a little more detail on the way I trade, on what I mean when I say certain paths. It's going to give you a little bit more detail. But I think the exit strategy is probably what everyone is interested in. The entries, that's on the fly, right? You got to tune in into the Discord or on the live for that's on the fly, the entries. But the exit, take a look at that, and then yeah, you're gonna have 24 hours. You're not obligated. It's gonna ask you for that credit card if you want to continue. If not, just hit cancel. It's no big deal. Just hit cancel, and then whenever you are ready, then you can always join. But look, what we can't deny is I had this on here for weeks. This is my daily chart. Look at the perfection weeks ago. You know, somehow I knew this was gonna happen. Somehow I knew we're gonna retest right here. You know, this is weeks ago. Now, you can always say like, oh yeah, well it broke the range. It broke the range. Everyone could see a range. It just broke the range. But what everyone can't do is the precision on the flexion. That's what everyone can't do. That's what I don't know. I don't know anyone else doing this type of shit. I don't know anybody else doing this. Not with this precision. It may be a thing. I'm willing to take a bet that I'm probably the best one. I'm willing to take a bet. I'm the best doing this for sure. But as long as we understand the risk, right? And for solitaire, good on you. I didn't realize the bottom. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. Yeah. The bottom of the lick box is right here, so it's a good thing you chase that thing, right? The bottom of the lick box was right. No, it's right here. Yeah. They're on both. I have it on the 5 minute and on the 1 minute. So and it's a little more highlighted on the, maybe you're just paying attention to the 1 minute. Let me know, do you guys want, because we use the 1 minute so much, I'm asking in Discord this, would you guys prefer that I give like the really accurate stuff on the 1 minute or the 5 minute? I use the 5 minute for you all because because the 1 minute I know it's gonna fake you out. I know it's gonna fake you out a lot. That's why I use the 5 minute, so you can at least get, it give you a little more. It'll give you some more time if you use the 5 minute. But if you guys want to do the 1 minute, I guess I can do the 1 minute. We'll make the 1 minute the accurate stuff, but you're gonna have to hold either way. So I really don't know what to do. And I want to give you guys the 5 minute chart, so because you guys need to have an advantage, or else what the hell's the point? I want you guys to have an advantage. So let me know if you guys prefer to use the 1 minute. I think the 5 minute is absolute fire. I don't know how it can get any better, but you guys let me know. I'm always open to criticism. I need you to let me know if I can do better. I need you to let me know if I'm confusing or whatever it is. I need you guys to let me know. As long as we understand the risk, I'm gonna get out of here for the day. But look, we're just chopping around in here, right? This is the compression. This is compression. None of this means anything unless we get underneath or above. None of this means anything. None of these flexions mean anything unless we get underneath or above. That's how we'll know that whichever one's gonna play out. And you may be like, well, that's after the fact, but at least we have some type of direction, right? At least we need to know what needs to happen. And that's never gonna change. All of this is gonna be, it's always gonna be like this. Now look, to the downside, I'll give you a little bit of my bias, I'd say. If we are forming a bigger shoulder right here, then look for a liquidity grab somewhere and then another shoulder. If we are just forming a big shoulder in this liquidity box, then look. Then we need to form a head. That's why I'm saying to wait for. I know sometimes you may look at all this money, and sometimes you gotta wait for that. And I don't know where this head's gonna form, but if this is gonna be an inverse head and shoulders, it has to look like what I'm drawing on the screen right now. It simply must. There can be no other way. Meaning this longer term bolt will enable or give us a higher likelihood of this. And if we get this down here, then we got to look for this. Does everyone see that? So I'm telling you ahead of time what needs to happen. While we're in here, this means nothing. This is chop. If it goes sideways from here, I wouldn't be surprised because it's Friday. Now they want to burn out contracts. Everyone already got stopped out. Everyone who's going to get stopped out for calls, look, on this big push up, all these people right here. This right here was the stop hunt. How do we know that? Because it didn't do this. It needed to break, retest, and reject this liquidity here. We needed to break the magenta here, but it didn't, right? So all of that needed to happen. That's how we know this is the stop hunt. And then we got down to here with the shoulder. Again, stop hunt right here. So now everyone's already stopped out. Everyone's already stopped out. So if it goes sideways from here, I wouldn't be surprised. If it does want to head up to some degree, we know it needs to break at least this lick box right here. Minimum this teal. At best, the lick box on a break and retest. And then we can maybe target this one over here. Right? But that's a long time and a long way away. Especially, look at this. Now this is liquidity building up for sure. This is liquidity, definitely liquidity building up in here. But we identified this range in this teal. So until this teal breaks, there's really nothing to do. You can't let the green or the red candles lead you in a direction. The direction will be once, number one, if this teal breaks to the top, then we need a break and retest of whatever this level is here. Whatever I have here. Look to the side. Don't look at the path. Look at the side. So 666. Evil number on Friday the 13th. But anyways, if we break to the downside, okay, it needs to be, again, a break and retest so you don't get caught by what? The stop hunt. So this level right here is very important. Very important. And then for whatever reason, I have 62.66 right here. So we got to pay attention to 62.66, right? This could be the stop hunt. So it's very important. It breaks, retest, and reject. While we're in here, there's nothing to do. You can't let the red candles or the green candles or look, it hit your flexion point. I'm telling you right now, the algos don't matter anymore. They don't matter. That's, that happened. Now we're consolidating here. So they're going to try to fool you. We're in a range. We don't even need to think. We are in the range right now. There's no reason to think any further. Okay. Once this range breaks, then we'll have some sense of direction. Just don't get greedy to the downside. And on the upside, expect volatility. Cool. That's all we got. That's all the information we know. And I promise you, one of those scenarios is going to happen. Whether it happens today, that's to be seen. We don't know that. But it has to happen. This is just how it works. Once you understand, we see the liquidity. We see exactly where it is. For example, we see exactly where the liquidity was. Right here. We see it. So then once this liquidity right here got broken like this, right here, that was it. That's all they needed to flush. This is all the liquidity right here. Gone. Everyone got stopped out. So we have to wait for people to get stopped out. That's what we're waiting for. We're letting the market tell us when they get stopped out. In here, everyone's placing their order, right? If you're in chop, that means you're in the liquidity box. That means you're agreeing, everyone's agreeing to the price. They're all setting their bets here. Everybody's setting their bets around in this range right here, between 65 and 63. Everyone's setting their bets. Some people are buying calls, some people are buying puts. At some point during either today or Monday or after hours, it's gonna break. And then we're gonna see who's gonna win. Were there more call orders? If there was more calls, then the price is gonna head up. This is how it works. Very simple. You don't have to think too hard. It has to be like whatever I'm describing. It has to be like that. It will be like that because this is how the market works. It's a computer, right? It's just a whole bunch of computers, but the computer has to settle the orders. So the orders have to be settled. We just need to figure out who had more. That's all we need to do. Who had more? Who was willing, which one of the institutional investors was willing to pull the trigger, so to speak. Cool? All right, so I'm going to leave this running on the Discord. I'm going to cut the stream for YouTube and all that and TikTok. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted. You'll be fine. I recommend when you start, remember this isn't a get rich quick scheme. When you start, paper trade, grow that account. Once your paper trade account is to a certain level, then you open up the pocketbook because everything's going to change. As soon as you open up that wallet, everything's going to change. You're going to have a game plan in your head before. Here's the game plan. Here, I see the entry. This looks good to me. Then you're going to open up your wallet. And and everything's gonna change. Like, oh shit, there goes a red candle. Oh no, there goes a red candle. There goes 2 red candles. Everything's done. I need to take this $13 loss so it doesn't turn into a $30 loss. That's gonna happen. So in order to mitigate that, you need to get some time under your belt with paper trading. And you may be like, you're gonna hear me say, look at the money we printed, yada yada yada. You're gonna see people posting, I made a couple $1,000 today, I made a couple $100 today. You're gonna see that, and it's gonna eat at you. You're gonna be like, man, I knew I should have got in, I could have got in. It's gonna eat at you. But this skill is worth it. It's worth the wait. I'm telling you, it's worth the wait. You don't need to be, 9 to 5. Some people really do like that structure, and that probably works better for some people. But if you're like me, if you're here, you're probably like me to some degree. We're probably more similar than we are different. We want to live life on our own terms. We don't want to have people tell us, wear those TPS reports, or you have to wear this uniform to work, or whatever it is. We don't like that sort of stuff. If you're here, you probably have that same mindset, or you probably just want to help your family out. If you're here to continue your OnlyFans subscriptions and to do cocaine and the devil's grass, you're probably in the wrong spot, because it's not going to work out for you. I made a pact with God a long time ago that states you can only use the money you make from here for good. You can only use it for good. You got to help your family. I'm not saying you got to give, make them work for it, but you got to help your family. You got to do what's right. Charity to some degree, you got to be careful with which charities. But the money has to be used for that, or else it comes at a high cost. It comes at a high price if you don't. So that's the deal we made with God. And it's beyond me, and you don't have to believe it, but I'm telling you, it's true. And I, if I ever tell you the story, it came in a dream. I hate hearing it, because when I hear other people, I'm like, bullshit. I hate hearing it from other people, but it's me, right? So I'm like, God dang. Maybe, and then I have to wonder, I'm like, maybe they're telling the truth. Because I know how it happened for me. So it came in a dream. That's the truth. So anyways, we're going to do it again Monday. Oh no, it's supposed to be Sunday. A long time ago, they used to do like the monster truck rallies, and there was always the same guy with the same voice, and he always said Sunday. Bigfoot, Gravedigger. Anyways, I'm old. I'm dating myself. If you guys got anything for me, hit me up on the DM. I'm gonna head out of here really quick. But if I take a little bit to respond, it's because I'm touching grass, and I suggest you do the same. But I will respond. I promise you I will. You just gotta give me a little bit today, okay? I think we had a pretty good session. As long as you didn't get greedy, we had a good session. And even if you took $3 for the day, be happy with the goddamn $3. Be happy with those $3. Because every million starts with $3. I'm pretty sure you gotta hit 3 before you hit a milli. So be happy with the $3. Be happy with your journey. Be happy with the trajectory, and understand that a part of the journey is you're gonna have days like yesterday. That's part of the journey, right? Like I don't know any trader at all that's just never had like some drawdown. It's gonna happen. We have to accept that. It's gonna happen. As long as you accept that, then you understand this is just like any other business. There's no difference. Any other business is the same stuff, right? You're gonna have drawdown. You're gonna have expenses. It costs to be the boss. Now you're running your own company. Now you're running your own shizzle, right? You make the rules here. As long as you stick to the guidelines, you're gonna be fine. It's gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, maybe not a week, maybe not 2 weeks. And also, if you're getting those early wins, don't let that lead you into a false sense of security to where you start betting the bank and the account isn't set up to take a little bit of drawdown. Because you need to live to fight another day. That's the important thing. So have those rules. If it's $50 for the day, if it's $150 for the day, if it's $500 for the day, if it's $10 for the day, whatever it is, If you don't stick to your own rules, how you ever gonna know if this shit's gonna work for you? How you ever gonna know? You're just gonna be hopes and dreams, and it's never gonna be a thing. And then everything that everyone told you, day trading is risky, day trading is this, and then when they say, see, I told you so, it's gonna hurt even worse. It's gonna hurt. So if you don't stick to your own, have some discipline. This is what this shit takes, I'm telling you. You gotta have discipline. And the red candles, if they scare you out, you need to get some paper trading under your belt. So you realize, okay, I see what happened every time the red candle happens. I see that it didn't break this last level. You need to get some of that repetition under your belt. So when it happens, you're not scared out by it. You at some point you're gonna realize liquidity broke. The next level is most likely. Of course they're gonna retrace because they have to stop. They have to grab. It's the market settling out the orders. It has to be like that. It has to be like that. They're settling the orders, right? And on a different time frame, on the 5 minute, it's probably way smoother than the 1 minute. So once you get all that together, this shit gets easy. It gets easy and it gets repetitive. And once you become like a robot, you'll see. Then the growth will be exponential. You need to be a robot because the market doesn't care about how we feel. All that matters is when certain liquidities break. There's liquidity going sideways and diagonal, horizontal and diagonal. So once we figure out, look, I drew the damn diagonal, or excuse me, the horizontal in the teal channel right there, right? So we know we're in the horizontal liquidity. We don't have to guess. We can see it right in front of our face. Now, if you're letting the candles dictate what you do, stop that. Get over that. Practice paper trading. Don't use real money, until you get down the system. Stop using real money. Paper trade. That's what I suggest. Anyways, if you got any questions, hit me up. I love you all. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X, all the rest. It's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Okay? Anyways, have a good day.